This meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors will please come to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Director Ferguson,
Present.
Director Fons,
Present.
Director Herndon,
Present.
Director Jackson,
Present.
Director O'Halloran.
Here.
Director Reza has asked to be excused this evening. Director Seamson,
Present.
Director Vanoy,
Present.
and President Zomber.
Present.
We have a quorum.
The chair will now ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so and asks that those who do not wish to participate please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnic rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwe, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohican sovereign nations remain present to this day. At Milwaukee Public Schools, we proudly serve and uplift the brilliance, resilience, and potential of all Black children in our community. We recognize the historical and systemic challenges that impact their journeys, and we are committed to creating a nurturing and empowering environment that honors their identities, celebrates their culture, and provides equitable opportunities for success. The Milwaukee Board of School Directors stands with their children, families, and community to build pathways for excellence, leadership, and lasting change. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si deseas escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799. Otra vez, 312-626-6799. Introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building. It is also being broadcast on WYMS Radio 88.9 FM and via the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we move to our agenda, the chair will ask that we share in a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. Richard Barnowski, a teacher at Milwaukee French Immersion. Rocky Henderson, an 11th grade student from Grappy. Leslie Hudson, a teacher from Thoreau. Marion Johnson, an 11th grade student from Carmen Northwest. Kathleen Rell, a retired teacher from Metcalf. William Rodwell, a retired systems administrator from the technology department. Ada Maurice Rodriguez Torres, a 5th grade student from Fratney Elementary. Abdiel Era Santiago, a 5th grade student from Trowbridge Elementary. Jennifer Tur, a teacher from Riverside. Aisha Thomas, a K-5 student from Genslen. Tristan Welch, an 11th grade student from Pulaski. Linda Young, a retired building service helper from Bayview High School. If we could have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Each month, the Milwaukee Board of School Directors accepts the public's input, both at the committees, meetings, and through correspondence submitted to the Office of Board Governance. As this is the regular monthly meeting of the board, however, in accordance with board rules, the board will not be accepting comment at tonight's meeting. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictates that all comments, questions, and requests should be directed to the chair of the committee, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. The board appreciates and encourages stakeholder input and assumes that members of the public will participate in a civil manner. Conduct that prevents the good order of the meeting will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in behavior that persistently disrupts the meeting may be removed from the meeting. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. However, the individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. No one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the meetings, agendas, and minutes page of the MPS website. Now let us begin. Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
The first action item are on the minutes of the June 2025 special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
If there are no corrections, the minutes will be approved by consensus. Okay, Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Madam President, we have 4 communications from the superintendent. The monthly report with possible action of the superintendent of schools. This is an informational item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the superintendent please present the report?
President Zombor and members of the committee, Brenda Cassellius, Superintendent. It has been a very busy month as we prepare to open school, and our teams have been focused on our 3 priorities, which are academic achievement, safe and welcoming schools, and efficient operations. I'm excited to share some key updates about these efforts. I'm going to start with our finance update. Our finance team has been working with the State Department of Public Instruction on completing required financial reporting. We had 2 major accomplishments this month as DPI released 2 sets of previously withheld funds. The state released $16 million in funds to us the week of August 15th and another $17 million the week of August 22nd. The second release also signifies approval of our plan to move forward with a financial system that aligns to the state system. I want to thank Aisha Sava, our finance team, State Superintendent Jill Underly, Deputy Superintendent Tom McCarthy, the DPI team for their incredible support, and also Mr. Chasen and his leadership and the OAE team. This is a major, incredible milestone for us. Though there is more work to do, we expect to get the last piece of withheld funds in the coming weeks after our auditors have completed their work. From there, we'll focus on executing the plan that DPI has approved to modernize our systems, and we are committed to fulfilling our obligations, modernizing our systems, and rebuilding the public's trust. Next, I'll move to the flood update. Our facilities team has been just as busy. We'll talk about lead in just a moment, but the record-setting rainfall and floods did impact our schools. Thankfully, most MPS schools were not affected by the floods. However, about 24 of our schools did have some level of impact. At Riverside, we may have to relocate some of our classrooms within the school building. At Obama, we had some water that entered into our boiling room. At another 12 schools, due to the age of the building and the prevalence of asbestos in some tile work during this period, we brought in asbestos experts with 20-plus years of experience to safely remove those tiles that were necessary and needed to be moved. And we will test all of the air spaces before reopening those areas to children and staff. The remaining 10 schools on the list had relatively minor impacts that we were able to address rather quickly. We messaged all the schools that were impacted. On our lead update, which will happen in more detail later, but I'll give you just a little brief update here. We continue to stay on track toward our goal of clearing all pre-1950 schools that serve elementary students of lead risk by the first day of school, Tuesday, September 2nd. At last check, and we're expecting to hear soon, 37 of the 50 schools have fully cleared. We are still completing final cleaning and testing at the remaining 13 schools. Thank you again for the facilities and maintenance team for their tireless efforts, again, around the clock, 24/7 and on weekends, and to our school staff for their incredible patience as we prioritize the health and safety for our students and staff. I want to stress, as we have in prior messages, that we had to prioritize lead stabilization painting in many of the schools given our tight timeline. That means that some schools might look a little spotted, and cosmetic painting is going to come later when we go wall to wall. We had to focus on safety and health for our students and our staff first. We'll continue to communicate directly with school communities as they clear. We also updated our lead report page online, so there's a clear list right on the page showing which schools have cleared and which are still in progress. Once the school year begins, we'll shift to focus our schools built between 1950 and 1978 that serve elementary schools. Again, this work is going to be done after school hours and on weekends so that we do not have to interfere with students in their instructional time. I know our interim Chief Operating Officer, Mike Terza, will share more a little later and will answer questions about that report later in this evening. We completed and wrapped up our listening tour. We had 9 in-person listening sessions, and I just really enjoyed getting a chance to meet all of our family, our staff members and students, and all of the community members who joined us. I want to thank them for coming out, and I hope they'll come out when we begin our strategic planning and our budget work this fall. We will use this information to help drive our strategic priorities and our next budget. We have a bonus virtual Listen Learn session on October 1st at 6 p.m., so please, everybody, watch for that link. We've been using a visual note taker, Meaningful Marks, to help us capture all of the feedback we received, and this is a quick video that shows the work in action during our session at Metcalf School. I'm not sure if there's video on audio, but that's okay if it's not working. But this just shows how the visual note taker would listen and take words and be able to put them on the page so that the community could feel that we were valuing and actually putting those words on the board. We'll take these boards and we'll use them in a working session with all of you where you can interact with those and then pick from those where there's common themes across all 9 of the boards and all 9 of the sessions, and then turn those into goals that will lead us forward with strategies, and we'll operationalize those by funding those in our budget and then putting toward our personnel and our effort to get those things accomplished. Almost looks like the United States there. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is summer graduation. This summer, we celebrated students who needed just a little bit more time to graduate thanks to intensive, accelerated, or recovery options in our summer academy, and we are just so incredibly proud of our students, and we want to congratulate every single one of the students and their families and have them be recognized for this opportunity as we look forward to seeing all the great things that they will do. Community engagement updates, a lot of fun activities that we were able to do out and about in the community. In addition to time spent in our schools and with our teams, I also had the chance to be out in the community this month to see and share the good work of our district. I love the Minnesota State Fair, but I got a chance to visit the Wisconsin State Fair for the first time. More important, I got a chance to visit with the students and teachers from Vincent High School on their agricultural science program. And Trey Sean, who brought so much joy, as you see here with his black copper Marin rooster, won first place for showmanship. His hard work, dedication, and spirit truly shine. It's moments like these that remind us why we do what we do. I also joined MPS leaders, teachers, students, and community members at the Sustainability Leadership Summit to chart the path toward healthy and sustainable schools for our district. Later in the month, Brewers fans and the Brewers Community Foundation knocked it out of the park with 3 pallets of school supplies for our students and $10,000 in fan donations to support our kids. The college and career team celebrated M Cubed and the incredible employers who opened their doors through internships and apprenticeships for our students. And more than 1,000 people ran and walked for this year's Run Back to School last Saturday, helping to raise money for MPS youth athletics and co-curricular and extracurricular activities. I also met with leaders from the Greater Milwaukee Committee to discuss potential opportunities for supporting the district and its students. The committee is funding our efforts to rebuild public trust, implement culture-building initiatives, and invest in leadership training across central services through the Superintendent's Impact Fund. We hosted news directors and other leaders from local television stations, WTMJ-TV, WISN-TV, WDJT-TV, and Spectrum News 1 as we continue to work to strengthen relationships with our local media outlets. I did previously meet with the editorial board at the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel and Biz Times Milwaukee as well. Enrollment. The approaching school year is a time for families to choose the first school for their child or another school if they have moved. All Milwaukee families were invited to join MPS for Ready, Set, Enroll events, Get Ready for the New School Year. Our attendees spoke with enrollment specialists, learned about transportation and meal options, and discovered college and career planning that is available to MPS students. These two events alone serve more than 300 families, and I know our enrollment team has been extremely busy serving students every single day before and after events, because every student counts. I have a student success update to share even in the summer months. 6 MPS scholars have made it to the final rounds of the Tianhong International Poetry Contest. You can see their names and titles of their work on the slides. And there was a win for Golda Meir's Sports Analytics Club. Golda Meir's High School Sports Analytics Club empowered students to analyze the career of baseball player Dick Allen using modern metrics and historical context. The performance portfolio they helped generate was submitted directly to the Hall of Fame's Golden Days Era Committee, which ultimately voted to induct Allen this year. Robert Clayton, CEO and co-founder of the Sports Analytic Club program, reported that Golda Meir SAC students made a very successful push for Dick Allen's long overdue induction into the Baseball Hall of Fame. We're proud of our students for knocking this one out of the park. Back to school collaboration has just been so wonderful. One more back to school note before we close. We know that the last days before summer and the first days back are always hectic for teachers, and this summer was even more so true. In collaboration with MTEA and the Administrators and Supervisors Council, we provided 4 extra hours of paid time for teachers to unbox their classrooms, and we are responding to concerns voiced by our teachers by providing moving support and other resources when boxes are stacked high. I also want to thank Mayor Cavalier Johnson and more than 70 city staff who worked alongside MPS administrators to help teachers unbox their classrooms and get ready for the new school year. We again recognize that this has been an extremely challenging week of preparation, one to put in the books, and want to provide every resource we can to the start of school year so we can start it right. And many, many other volunteers helped through our Family and Community Engagement Office as well. We're very grateful for all of our volunteers. Finally, we held a cabinet retreat on Friday and Saturday, August 8 and 9, including the Deputy Superintendent, our chiefs, our Technology Director, Academic Superintendents, and Operation Managers. And we have 2 leadership appointments before you tonight as we finalize the team. Brian Litzy, a longtime MPS leader, will serve as our Chief of Family and Community Engagement Partnerships, and also Dominic Maniscalco, a veteran HR leader with over 20 years of experience. He most recently served as Deputy Chief of Human Resources for the Chicago Housing Authority. In our efforts to accelerate student achievement, operate more efficiently, and create safe and healthy school environments, we need a strong leadership team, and I am so glad, finally, to have it all together and in place. This concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you. Looks like it's been a busy month. Does the board wish to make any comments or ask questions? Director Fons.
I've worked at Riverside since 1999, and we've had flooding problems in that school almost every 3 or 4 years there. So I don't know how we address it exactly, but there's certainly, we've lost a lot of equipment over the years, given that those fundamental issues there, and I think structurally there are issues there. I live right in the neighborhood, and I know that we get flooding in a number of houses in that area, but structurally something's up, and I think that we really need to address that so that we stop losing band equipment and lots of man hours in trying to fix problems that maybe shouldn't be happening. So I don't know exactly how to address that, but it certainly should come to the attention of the superintendent and administration.
Administration?
President Zambor, Director Fons, I know that there's a long-standing facility advisory group that is meeting now, and I'll make sure that they're aware of those issues. I'm sure they are, because they're looking at the age of facility, they're looking at utilization of facility, and they're looking at deferred maintenance. And so we can bring that back as we look at our major work that's before us around facilities.
Thank you. Director Fons, follow-up?
One thing I did hear, though, from staff is that there was a real hands-on effort to get things in order for the beginning of the year, and a lot of staff had a lot of positive things to say about how prompt and efficient the work that was done there occurred. So on that end, you know, there was mitigation, which is great, but maybe it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Director Jackson?
Yeah. First off, thank you for all that you've done so far, but addressing the needs at Obama with all the water and the issues too. I did have a lot of complaints come in, but slowly but surely things are turning around, so thank you for that. And also thank you for mentioning the students of their hard work would go to My Year High School. I don't think people really understand the gravity of what they've been able to do to have a Hall of Famer be inducted based off their analytics here in Milwaukee. They've been getting national attention, so it's finally that we recognize them here locally. So thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, we're very proud of them.
That's great. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you so much. Madam Secretary, what is the next item from the superintendent?
Madam President, the next communication is action on a request for adoption of a resolution under Section 119.25 of the Wisconsin statutes to delegate the board's expulsion authority to independent hearing officers. The administration recommends that the board adopt the following resolution. Resolved that for the 2025-26 school year, student expulsions from the Milwaukee Public Schools shall be ordered by an independent hearing officer. And be it further resolved that the administration implement the behavior reassignment option whenever possible. And be it further resolved that the same due process procedures as were used in 2024-25 be followed when hearing all cases of student expulsions. And be it further resolved that the independent hearing officer may impose one or more early reinstatement conditions under which a student who is expelled from school may be reinstated to school before the end of his or her expulsion. The reinstatement condition may be a condition of a student is required to meet before he or she may be granted reinstatement, or a condition that the pupil is required to meet after his or her early reinstatement. The early reinstatement conditions must be related to the reasons for the student's expulsion and be stated in the expulsion order. And be it further resolved that the independent hearing officer in all expulsion cases provide educational services to expelled students at an MPS alternative partnership school or online academic support. And be it further resolved that the expelled student shall be reinstated to the Milwaukee Public Schools through the Department of Student Services in the manner described herein.
Will the superintendent please present the item?
President Zambor and members of the committee, Brenda Casselli as superintendent. The administration requests the approval for resolution under Section 119.25 of the Wisconsin statutes to delegate the board's expulsion authority to independent hearing officers. I'm joined by Matthew Boswell, Director of Student Services, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does the board wish to make any comments or make a motion? Director O'Halloran?
I move approval of administration's recommendation with regards to the verbiage provided in the resolution to delegate authority for the independent hearing officers.
Okay.
I second it.
Director Ferguson, seconds. Okay. If there's no further discussion, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the administration's recommendation with regards to the resolution as read by the board clerk, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Vanoy.
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item from the superintendent?
The next communication is report with possible action on the MPS FY26 academic plan. This is an informational item. Although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the superintendent please present the item?
President Zombor and members of the committee, Brenda Caselli is superintendent. I am so excited to be presenting with you this evening the academic plan, and in particular our literacy plan, as we shift from the past 5.5 months of really dealing with major threats to the organization and moving and shifting and pivoting today to what is a positive result of really hard work by our academic team to put together this academic plan, and really our main mission, which is making sure that students are given an excellent and equitable education. And so I'm here today with Chief Academic Officer Jennifer Mims Howell and Academic Superintendent for Literacy, Dr. Gabriela Bell Jimenez. And following this presentation, we will answer any of your questions. I hope that you'll get a nice basis on what we're going to be doing over the next year, and then also into the future years as well, to really ensure that our kids are reading on grade level. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, Chief Mims Howell and Dr. Bell Jimenez. Or Dr., you're going first. Okay, sorry.
President Zombor, members of the board, I am Jennifer Mims Howell, Chief Academic Officer. Tonight, Dr. Bell Jimenez and I will speak to the 25-26 academic plan, and as we focus on literacy with excellent for all content areas. You will see why we have selected literacy to be our focus as we make sure all children have the ability to participate. In 2008, Milwaukee Public Schools was given a directive from the Department of Public Instruction to develop a comprehensive literacy plan that would include K-12 instruction in the areas of reading and English language arts. The achievement was to be targeted and set forth by giving staff professional development, offering literacy sessions to families so they could help their students as they learn, and also establishing community partnerships with additional resources. Milwaukee Public Schools realized to compete in the initiatives that were set for Wisconsin, and from the information from the external literacy review, they had to develop a partnership with all. Milwaukee Public Schools' comprehensive literacy plan was developed so that we would have the key components on literacy. They would be designed, a planning guide, preparation, and implementation to be consistent. High-quality instruction for students in kindergarten through 12th grade in literacy, also how they were to be assessed, and the professional development of their instructors was also very important. In 2013, we made sure that we were aligned the comprehensive literacy framework, Common Core state standards, and research best practices to make sure that the balanced literacy approach that Milwaukee Public Schools was following could address rigor and the engagement across all content areas in a manner that all content could be delivered to all students. In 2023, Act 20 was put in place to improve reading across the state of Wisconsin. This was ensuring that all students would become capable readers by the end of 3rd grade. Parts of Act 20 were required for all school districts, charters, as well as independent and private schools. Act 20 was also put in place so that students' ability to read could be considered for promotion from 3rd to 4th grade. In the 24-25 school year, the Milwaukee Board of School Directors passed the Neola project, which allowed us to update our administrative policy 7.36 so that Milwaukee Public Schools could be in alignment with the rest of the districts in the state. This policy is considered our promotion and retention of students. It now states that our 3rd grade students could be promoted or retained based on ability. The policy governed the promotion of our 3rd and 4th grades, our 3rd to 4th grade students in accordance with the state statute. It also applies to all students who are being considered for 3rd to 4th grade. Milwaukee Public Schools intends to make the promotion decision based on a thorough and equitable process that considers individual students' needs in reading. For any student who has not completed their personal reading plan by the end of third grade, a team will come together and determine if retention or promotion to fourth grade is what's needed for the student. This intensive instructional support given to the student, along with progress monitoring, will help support the needs of the individual student. We will address the deficiencies and make the decision based on the student's best interest. This can be determined by using any reading portion of any of the content areas. The determination of this process will be considered from the relevant factors relevant to the student's reading proficiency, social emotional development, as well as available supports. Again, literacy across all content areas meeting the needs of all of our students. Now I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Bell Jimenez, who will speak to the focus that we have for this year, that is literacy for all. Dr. Jimenez?
President Sanborn, members on the board, I am Ana Gabriela Bel Jimenez, and it is my great pleasure to serve you as the Academic Superintendent for Literacy. It is important for us to consider that all literacy initiatives are grounded in a geographical and a historical context. So I would like to take just a few minutes to share with you what are the conditions that had allowed us to be able to arrive here today. So in 2013, MPS published a revised version of the 2010 very super comprehensive literacy plan. Have you seen the plan? It's really comprehensive. It's a really thick plan. And the plan was our absolute best effort at that time to understand what was the research and practice and implementation had to say in relationship to the ways of what we knew was necessary for children to be able to learn to read and write. Something that is really important about the 2013 plan is that it sits on a bedrock that fundamentally holds really dear to the heart, or had a call of action to ensure that students for whom academic achievement have not been realized through daily instruction, that those students have access to intervention. So that framework is called Response to Intervention, and the 2013 plan was founded on that. So please keep that in your hearts, because this theme is going to continue to come up. In 2021, a few years later, Milwaukee Public Schools shows a huge win in the sense that we recognize organizationally that it is very, very important to create universal access to grade level content and grade level rigor. So in 2021, the board approved and supported the city and all teachers. It was truly an act of love to implement and to adopt high-quality instructional materials. Once again, these were high-quality instructional materials that were completely aligned to the best science and the best research up to that point. Chief Mims Howell explained that our 2013 edition of the comprehensive plan was a balanced literacy. Also keep that in your heart, because I'm going to talk about that in just 1 minute. 2023 comes around, and it seems like this just happened, but it's been a couple years. And Wisconsin becomes, I believe, the 42nd or the 43rd state in the nation that adopts what we now know as a science of reading legislation. We are living in historical times, and Wisconsin added itself to this historical movement and process with the spirit and the intent to ensure the academic achievement across the state would improve. So the spirit of Act 20 is really ensuring and creating universal opportunities for the children in the state of Wisconsin to be able to learn to read and write using pedagogies that are aligned to the way in which the brain, the human brain learns how to read and write. That is what we call a structured literacy, okay? 2024 came, and MPS reflected on what we have known on the 2013 plan, what Act 20 was requesting on it, and signal in 2024 through the Ambitious Instruction Accelerator Framework a movement from thinking and spending a lot of time and efforts into Tier 3 instruction, response to intervention, into realizing that it was far more effective if we paid attention to universal instruction. So rather than waiting for our kiddos not to do well, we were going to teach them really well from the beginning. So this is called MTSS, multi-tier systems of support. It's really hard on my tongue. MTSS, keep that one in your heart as well. Okay, so 2024 we're shifting, we're evolving, we're taking a temperature in the room, we're seeing how is it that our instruction is responding to the actual needs of our students. In 2025, we are gifted, because feedback is a gift, an audit from the MGT Management Solutions. The academic audit comes out, and it reinforces the path that we had already set out, which was the accelerated framework. And it supports us into doubling down on Tier 1 instruction, universal instruction. All children are first and foremost Tier 1 students, and also to ensure that that daily instruction is founded on the psychology of reading or the science of reading, which is the way in which the human brain learns how to read. You are familiar with this graph. It is important for us to name that the proposal that we have on the table and the conversation that we're engaging tonight in relationship to the literacy plan, it is staying the course with the accelerated framework as it has been defined up to this point. We are in essence just clarifying and operationalizing some of the actions so this can be achieved. Literacy initiatives exist always in service of academic achievement. They are not cognitive curiosities. We are engaging in literacy strategies so that we can support and ensure that the students are achieving literacy at a grade level. So if you see on this table, on the columns across in green, you're going to see the Wisconsin Forward for 3rd grade and the Wisconsin Forward for 8th grade. In the blue columns, you're going to see our National Assessment for Educational Process. This is the NAEP. It is the only known national assessment and the only national measure that we have. And I just want to spend a couple minutes so that we can contextualize academic achievement for MPS in relationship to the state and to the nation. So once again, green for Wisconsin, blue for national. So for 3rd grade, we can see how for both 3rd and 8th grade, the state is outperforming the nation. We're doing a little bit better. I would argue that 51.9 or 49.8 is less than stellar, but it is higher than the 31% that we're seeing nationally. Now, let's look at how it is that we are performing as an organization, as Milwaukee Public Schools, in relationship to that. We are sitting at a 23% for 3rd grade and a 30% in 8th grade. As important as it is for us to understand averages, it is also important for us to recognize that literacy and access to literacy is impacting differently to different student populations. If we look at the academic achievement in 3rd grade for our African American students in MPS, only 15, because there's no 0.6 of a person, only 15 of every 100 of our African American students in 3rd grade are reading proficient. And in 8th grade, only 20 of every 100. If you're a language learner, such as myself, let's say 12. 12 of every 100 in 3rd grade, and 18 of every 100. And for students of disability, we're looking at single digits. It is important for us to contextualize and to acknowledge the current literacy, but at the end of the day, what are the things that we can do to improve it? How can we make this better? Well, One of the things that we can do to make this better is to start acknowledging some of the shifts. For example, what we know about the way in which the human brain learns how to read is substantially different right now than what we knew in 2013. When I was initially licensed in 1999, I was not told, for example, about the psychology of literacy or the way in which the brain requires for every single human to be able to make phonographic connections. We are conditioned as human beings to learn how to speak, but not to learn how to read and write. So paying attention to structural literacy and what the research is telling us is really important. Some of the things that we can do are attending to the explicit teaching of word recognition, a strategic teaching of reading and writing that are integrated. And very important for us in our context in MPS is ensuring that we are engaging and continue to engage in the opportunities connected to letters training. Because we are not going to ask teachers to be recertified. We just need to get updated on this. It is also really important that with the number of students that we have the privilege of serving, that we're not waiting for students to fall behind. It is very important that we teach them very well on the first pass. It is important that daily instruction counts every day towards student achievement. So implementation of high-quality instructional resources, ensuring that we are moving from an RTI, response to intervention, into a multi-tier systems of support is of critical importance for us. And it is very important that we make a commitment to understand that every single student is a Tier 1 student, every day. It is also very important that we're very transparent and that we partner. Our ways of working currently are also supported by the legislation. We are letting families know how is it that the students are performing in the universal screeners. We're explaining to families and the communities how it is that the universal screener is a predictor of future academic achievement in relationship to literacy. Those are very important things. It is also important that we are partnering with families and communities in ways that are really transparent and they are very predictive. We benefit from having parent coordinators, and we have a department that is supporting us in this effort. So in essence, this is what we are working for, and our call of action and our intention for the 2025-2026 school year. We believe that all students can read, that all students will read, and that all means absolutely every single one of our babies. But in order to be able to do that, we are also acknowledging that all of us are going to be able and must engage in teaching. And that means all of us, absolutely all of us. If we say that all students are going to read and all of us are going to teach, there are some fundamental belief systems that we need to hold dearly. The first one is that we believe in Tier 1 daily core instruction that is standards aligned and that is going to be delivered using high quality instructional resources. That's a mouthful. I'm going to say that again. I'm saying every day, every kid in the city is going to have access to Tier 1 instruction, core instruction. And that instruction is going to be delivered in a manner that is standards aligned, so we're not going to be there completing tasks. We're going to be able to name what is the standard and the skill that we're using, and we're going to be absolutely certain that the text and the task are at the rigor of the standard because we are going to bind to using high-quality instructional materials. If core instruction is so important, we want to make a commitment to ensure that every single one of our babies have access to Tier 1 instruction. That means that we're going to rethink the way in which we serve students. That means that if our ESL staff can only attend to this small group of students during the literacy block, rather than taking those babies out, we're going to migrate into the classroom because no one should ever miss Tier 1 instruction because that's where the money is. That's where the magic happens. All students. If we believe that A and B are true, if we believe that daily instruction is what is required, if we believe that every single student should have access to Tier 1 instruction, that we must ensure that the way in which we are delivering that instruction is absolutely aligned to the way in which the human brain learns how to read and write. Because otherwise it's for naught. So we're inviting you to endeavor with us instruction that aligns to these things, that is aligned to the psychology of reading, that is accessible to all of our students, and that also takes into account our use of high-quality instructional materials. So these are our next steps. We are so grateful for the board, for the superintendent, for the community, for allowing us access in approving the time that you allotted for us to be able to engage in letters training. We must attend to our adults to ensure that we're all up to date on the ways in which the brain learns how to read and write. We are going to notify the board on updates related to the processes regarding our need to supplement our core instructional resources. Remember that we did the adoption before Act 20. So it was really exciting. We have had high-quality instructional resources, but we have learned some things from 2021 to right now. So we need to be able to supplement for word recognition and for language comprehension. So we're going to be bringing some updates to you connected to that. And we have put a little video for you, so we're going to play it.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're looking at something big happening in Milwaukee Public Schools, a brand new reading playbook. And it's designed to change how every single student learns to read.
So how do you transform the way an entire city teaches its kids to read? Yeah, we're not talking about just a new textbook or a small tweak here and there. This is a fundamental overhaul. So let's dive right in and see how MPS is trying to build a whole new future for literacy.
Okay, so to really get why this new plan is such a big deal, we've got to look back first. Where have they been? Let's take a look at the district's roadmap for the last decade, which all started back in 2013. So for over a decade, the district's approach was something called response to intervention, or RTI. And the core idea here was pretty straightforward. Identify the students who are falling behind and then give them really intensive targeted help. You can almost think of it like a safety net, right? It's designed to catch kids after they've already started to struggle.
So what was the spark for this huge overhaul? Well, it wasn't just one thing. It was kind of like a perfect storm. A brand new, powerful state law came along right as the district itself was pushing for a new direction. It was the perfect moment for massive change.
And this timeline, well, it really lays it all out. You can see it right there. The district is chugging along with its 2013 plan for a whole decade. But then, boom, 2023 hits. A new state law, Act 20, comes into play, and it's a huge catalyst. It really pushes MPS towards this new, ambitious instruction framework, which is set to launch in 2025. And let's be clear, Act 20 wasn't just a friendly suggestion. It was a straight-up mandate from the state. It forced schools all across Wisconsin to adopt what's known as science-based reading instruction. They had to overhaul how they test kids, retrain teachers, and this is a big one, they had to stop using certain teaching methods altogether.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things to get the boot was the 3 cueing system. You might have heard of this. It's a method that basically encourages kids to guess at words using clues like pictures or the sentence structure. While the new law says, nope, no more guessing. The focus now has to be on actually decoding the letters and the sounds, the nuts and bolts of the word itself. Okay, so what's the big picture here? When you put it all together, it boils down to this really fundamental shift in mindset. It's all about moving from reacting to problems to actively preventing them from happening in the first place. So, officially, the district is moving away from that old response to intervention, or RTI model, and they're moving to something called a multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS. Now, I know, the names sound kind of similar, but trust me, the difference is huge. MTSS is a proactive, whole schools system. It's designed to give every single student a strong foundation, right from day one. And this right here, this is really the heart of the change. The old way focused so much on what they call Tier 3. That's that super intensive one-on-one help for students who are already way behind. But the new plan, it flips the script. It puts all the focus on Tier 1. That's the core instruction every student gets every single day. The thinking is pretty simple, right? If you make that first level of teaching excellent for everyone, way fewer students will ever need that emergency safety net to begin with. So the philosophy of how to teach is changing too. This is critical. They're moving away from what was called balanced literacy, which could be, a mix of different things, sometimes including those guessing strategies. And they're moving to structured literacy. And what is that? Well, it's a very specific, systematic, and explicit way of teaching that's based on decades of scientific research into how our brains actually learn to read. Now, a great plan is, well, it's just a plan on paper, right? The real magic is in the implementation. So let's get into how MPS is actually going to equip its thousands of educators to make this huge shift happen in the real world. And I love this analogy the district uses. They talk about it like building a sturdy house for learning. Think about that. This isn't about just slapping some new paint on or patching a few holes. No, this is about pouring a new foundation and building a solid structure from the ground up, one that's designed to last and to support every single person inside. And here's the actual blueprint for that house. It's called AIM, and it's a really simple but powerful cycle. Step 1, align. Make sure the curriculum and the standards all match up. Step 2, implement. You gotta deliver that curriculum with really high quality teaching. And finally, step 3, measure. You constantly have to check for progress to see what's working and what's not so you can adapt. It's a loop that makes sure every piece of this house is connected and strong. So, what does it actually take to get all those teachers ready for this new world? Well, look at this number, 40. That's 40 hours of super intensive training per volume for teachers, for principals, even for central office staff. They're using a highly regarded program called Letters, and it represents a massive, massive investment to make sure everybody becomes an expert on the science of reading. And this isn't all happening overnight. This table shows the practical step-by-step rollout of the new curriculum. You can see they're being really smart about this. In the 2025-26 school year, the focus is on K-3 word recognition and high school materials. Then, the next year, they'll roll out the language comprehension part for those younger grades. It's a very deliberate, phased approach, which should give everyone time to adapt. Okay, so we've talked about the new laws, the new systems, the new training. But what's the point of it all? What is the ultimate vision here? What does success actually look like for the students of Milwaukee? Here it is. This is the big overarching goal. It's about taking literacy and breaking it out of the confines of just the English class. The idea is to make reading, writing, and even speaking and listening a shared responsibility in every single subject. We're talking science class, social studies, even math. And this starts in pre-K and goes all the way through to 12th grade. So the promise of this whole ambitious instruction plan really comes down to this: making sure every student, no exceptions, gets access to grade-level learning, that they get instruction that's both engaging and super clear, and that they're truly prepared for what's next, whether that's college, a career, or just being an active citizen. And I think this last part is so important. It's about fostering not just academic excellence, but also equity and, yes, joy in the classroom. And I think this quote from Milwaukee Public Schools says it all, doesn't it? Stay curious, expect great things. It just perfectly captures that optimistic, forward-looking spirit of this whole thing. It really feels like a call to action for everyone, students, teachers, the whole community, to lean in and have high expectations. So if this has got you thinking and you want to learn more, there's actually a direct way you can stay involved. The district is going to be presenting a full update on the academic plan at their board meeting on August 28th, 2025, so you can hear it straight from the district leaders themselves. So we'll just leave you with this final thought. As Milwaukee builds this new house for learning, what part will you play in making it a home? Because at the end of the day, a plan this big and this important, it doesn't just succeed because of new rules or new textbooks. It succeeds when the entire community gets behind it, to work together to turn that sturdy house into a truly welcoming home for every single student.
Thank you so much for engaging in the video. The video is intended as a summary of the document that was attached to the item today. This is one of the examples of strategies that we're intending to use for the community and the community at large to continue to be engaged in the work that we're doing thus far. Do I just click for that? Oh, if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was an excellent presentation. I don't know if I've ever gotten so excited from academic PowerPoint. So thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Herndon.
I don't know if she can beat my excitement or not, because my youngest child came through MPS at a point where they had switched to whole language. And you, as reading specialists, you understand what difficulty that was. So I'm jumping for joy here to see that that finally goes away forever and ever and ever. I do have a question, though, to address the 8th through 12th students. I know that everyone is going to be treated as Tier 1, so that to me is a plus. But additionally, what about those that may not be Tier 1 in the same classrooms?
Administration?
President Sambord, Director Hernan, members of the board, thank you so much for your, I am Gabriela Bel Jimenez, Academic Superintendent for Literacy.
That's okay.
Thank you so much for your inquiry. That is a great question. Part of our strategy is completely connected to understanding that there are some really high utility skills that need to be mastered for students for both word recognition and language comprehension to be able to then have access to grade level standards. So, for example, for students from 4th grade to 12th grade, it is important that they have mastery of vowel teams, digraphs, and t-graphs. That is overwhelmingly where adolescents are struggling. We are currently, as part of the strategy, proposing a way in which we can identify, we can leverage, as part of the supplemental resources. We are thinking between 12 and 15 lessons, not more than that, that adolescents might require to be able to acquire these high utility skills in relationship to word recognition. Similarly, for language comprehension, research and practice is pointing us to the importance of sentence variety. So we know that meaning is typically lost at the unit of a sentence. So ensuring that students are able to govern over sentences that are complex, that are compound and complex compound sentences is a really great predictor that when they are reading those types of sentences, they're going to be able to acquire meaning on them. So our strategy for students from 4th grade to 8th grade, part of the supplemental resources you're going to be hearing about, is once again about 9 to 15 lessons, no more than that, to ensure that we're explicitly teaching sentence structures. So the good news about a structural literacy is that the older the student is, the easier it is for us to identify what are these high utility skills that need to be taught. Because they are older, they have a greater appetite to be able to acquire them because of our academic achievement numbers right now. Overwhelmingly, all the students need it. And these lessons can then be delivered as part of Tier 1 instruction because no child will be harmed from that, right? Like no child will ever be harmed from a solid lesson on how to write a compound sentence. So does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Director Simpson?
Thank you. So first of all, I love the little video. I think it's, I think that sometimes to make things like approachable, accessible, digestible, to just have a little humor, have a little fun, keep it simple, but get the point across. And I think the videos really did that. I love the whole, sturdy house thing. I appreciate you talking about how feedback is a gift because I am positive we'll get some throughout the year. And I was wondering, the SASE committee, I am dying for this to come to the SASE committee for a deeper dive because, we have a 48-page document and we have a great presentation this evening, but obviously it'd be nice to have a meeting devoted to this for conversation, not only from the board, but also from the public, so we can hear from, families and staff. So I'm really looking forward to all of this coming to SASE in the future. I loved the emphasis on joy and the connection of reading and writing because I think not everybody always speaks to how important that is. So I really appreciate you acknowledging that. I have lots of things to say, but the one question I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more about, and maybe this will be coming to SASE, is that idea of supplemental material, because those of us who have been in the classroom teaching know that, right? We adopt the curriculum, and then we find these like gaps, and then we all try to fill them. And sometimes it's me as a teacher trying to figure out what I can find. Sometimes the district has provided, 10 schools with supplemental materials. Like, you guys try this out. We'll see how it goes. And I feel like sometimes when all of that is happening, you have these pockets, right, of success, but it's not universal. I got CKLA at my school. Yay, we're doing, just exactly what you talked about, right? Sequential, systematic, phonics instruction. But that school over there, they're using something different. So I'm just wondering, I'd love to hear more about that supplemental rollout, and is it going to be universal? And maybe tonight isn't the night to answer, but if we can get information about that coming back to SASE, that would be really helpful.
Administration?
President Sambord, members of the board, Director Simpson, thank you so much for your inquiry. We will be coming back with updates and sharing that information. Many of the things that you're naming are part of the initial considerations, and we do have a commitment to ensure that all means all. Thank you.
Great. And I do want to just one more thing. I want to give Jennifer Mims-Hull just a shout out, because you've been doing a lot of work when we talk about Tier 1 instruction. I know that you have spoken a lot about how important and critical that is. And I just want to thank you for the work that you've been doing to, bring good literacy instruction to all of our students over time, because I know that that's been, something that those have been your marching orders, and you've been working really hard to do that. And I appreciate everything you've been doing. So just want to thank you, and looking forward to kind of that continued dialogue that we have. So thanks.
Thank you. Do other board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Jackson?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. I totally get it. I am probably one of many who are, ready to see the change. There's been so many different initiatives, so I'm tired of the word initiative. Just me personally, it should be a mission. But I'll say, and it was said already, the plan sounds good, but implementation is the real measure. And with that comes with urgency. With urgency comes a lot of pressure. So my question is, outside of the students, because we need to focus on the educators and the teachers, how do we incentivize our teachers and educators to help our students catch up and exceed this task with the current and many hats that they wear daily? Because it's not easy, and we are asking a lot of them to do just that. So what are we doing to focus also on our educators and teachers?
Administration?
Director Jackson, President Zomborn, members, one of the things I was just mentioning to Dr. Jimenez and also Jennifer Mims-Howell was one of the gifts that we gave that you all did was the change in the calendar. It was a hard decision to make, but the biggest gift we can give to our teachers that incentivize them is time. Time to learn this, compensated time, good professional development that is consistent, that gives them the meat and potatoes that they need to actually do their jobs and deliver, making sure that they have the quality materials or the supplemental materials. Those are the incentives that teachers want. They also want coaching from other mentor teachers and exemplars from other teachers who are getting it done and understand it, because teachers learn best from other teachers. And so the more that we connect that, the better that teachers will feel supported. And we're doing that within a concept called professional learning communities. And so we have been working, we sent, over 100 folks to a professional learning communities workshop in in June. And we continue to build on this at our Principal Leadership Institute. Next year, we are going to continue to look at our schedules so that we can give teachers the prep time that they need to be able to do this, shared grade level preps, shared time with other teachers, department chairs. We couldn't do it in this budget. We have to get agreement with the principals and the union around the use of time, but I think that that's one of the things we're going to be tackling for the next school year as well.
Any follow-up, Director Jackson?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go to Director Fonz, then Director O'Halloran.
I'm also looking forward to a deeper dive in the SASE committee. But what piqued my interest the most was the slogan, all will teach. And I'm wondering if that's referring to board members and administration and when we say all, who do we mean? Who do we mean here? And I'm actually serious. I don't know if that is the most efficient use of our time, right? But if it's an all-on effort, maybe we should be utilizing people who have certain skill sets in places that are needed.
Administration.
President Zambor, Director Fonz, I love that you picked up on all will teach. We do actually intend that all will teach. I was actually at my cabinet meeting and said, how many of us are letter trained? And we didn't have enough hands go up. And I think it's important that if we are going to lead in this area, we need to make sure that we are all trained. I personally am not trained in letters training. I was a secondary school teacher. I haven't taught in many years, but I want to make sure that I know letters so that I can go into a classroom when I'm reading to children and feel confident in the skills that I'm going to be delivering a standards-based structured literacy program. So I'll let Ms. Mims-Howell speak a little bit more about her plans of all means all, but I think board members, myself, other members of central office, if we have the core basics of what to teach, then we can be better volunteers in classrooms, better readers in classroom, and reinforce even with our own children, our nephews and nieces and everybody else that we're related to be able to make sure that this is a community-wide effort.
President Zambor, members of the committee, Jennifer Mims-Howell, Chief Academic Officer. As Dr. Caselli has said, all means all. In some of our meetings we've been talking about, as well as in some of her listening sessions, parents want to help their students. So we are going to be offering some parent coordinator trainings, but as well as some parent meetings and getting community feedback on our document that we have there. It's published now, but we can make additions and we can make changes based on information and feedback. When Dr. Caselli has told me her idea of all means all, I reached out to a couple of building engineers because those are people students see every day. Some of the secretaries are really excited about, we're going to do some words of the day, words of the week. We got one engineer that wants to hide words in the building so kids can look for them. And board members too, we want to make sure we all are using the same language when it comes to making sure our students are learning. We want to make sure that we'll learn encoding, but we won't learn it from the encoding way. We'll learn it through games and conversations so that when you are in schools and you walk into classrooms, you can ask students, well, what are your learning intentions today? Students will be able to tell you that. Dr. Bell Jimenez talked about clarity. We are making sure that it is a recipe that is clear for the house to be built. We're making sure you're going to hear a little bit in schools about making chili, because that's another thing for social emotional that we're doing. We have a clear outline for leaders, a clear outline for teachers. We're making sure that everyone at central office is supporting students just as the classroom teachers are. Our walkthrough tool will also reflect it. We'll make sure that everyone who is involved, all, will be teaching all when they're in the classrooms.
Thank you. I'm going to go to any follow-up, Director Fonz? Okay, I'm going to go to Director O'Halloran and then Director Ferguson.
Thank you. And I did have a reaction when you said engineers, because there was a point where Mr. Gray was one of the engineers that my son had, and he literally had the best rapport out of so many adults in that building. And so you never know which adults are connecting with which kids, and whatever special combination of personalities those two can put together, yes, let's empower everybody because they can unlock something maybe that, other people can't. So I do appreciate that. And I'm sorry if I had a weird reaction. I saw you pause while you were speaking. So I just wanted to follow up about the parent piece. While I was sitting here, I have my phone in front of me and I did get an email, MPS families, new literacy plan focusing on helping all students read. It went out as you were presenting. So I appreciate that some of this communication is going out to parents. Just wondering about the communication strategy, if that video is going to be made available and helping parents understand I understand that across the nation, a lot of districts, they have like an hour release early every week, or they have historically had a couple hours early every month. Like, this is a new concept, and families maybe have felt a little blindsided by that, but I think the extent to which we can connect the dots, that we recognize this is a change in your expectations and like how, your family is interacting with our schools and everything, but it's for a reason. It's not like a capricious ask. We're asking because we want to make sure that every kid, all means all, right? So just kind of wondering about the communication strategy for families and recognizing that if a 48-page document is a lot for a board member to read, that maybe like, all families aren't going to be logging on to the internet, to the portal to read that 48. So, just as we're communicating, are we making it accessible as well?
Administration?
President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, members of the committee, Jennifer Mims Howell, Chief Academic Officer. You're exactly right. What we've been talking about for communication is making sure school leaders are empowered with what they need. We are going to take the information that you saw tonight. It's now public, so the video is public, but we are going to have parent sessions with our parent coordinators first, and then offer some sessions where parents can come and get training on different activities they can do with their children at different grade levels. And so our goal is also to work with Milwaukee, the Department of Recreation, and the days that we talk about are going to be early release days. Milwaukee Recreation will be offering some supplemental time for the students, so parents know their students are in a safe place until they can get off work. I've also been working with City Year, and they're going to be working on some tutoring with our students during this time as well. It is important that parents understand that we want to make sure we put the best trained teachers in front of their children, so we do need this time. And again, as Dr. Casellia said, we appreciate it being an option for us to use. We are going to make sure, as Dr. Bell Jimenez says, that they just don't take letters, that they implement it and use it with the district adopted materials, the supplemental materials given by the district. And we also want to empower parents to ask the questions when they come to parent-teacher conferences about, what is my daughter doing? Why are you taking her down a different road? Can't you just show her a picture? We're going to be having those conversations, but before we do that, we want to make sure our teachers are empowered with the language and the information they need so they can communicate it to families. Dr. Bell Jimenez and I talked about our document, and as she mentioned before, our comprehensive literacy plan before was like 300 pages. We didn't even read it all, right? But in looking at the 45 pages, we tried to be very succinct in what parents needed. And it's broken down in sections, and that's really how we want to make sure we're delivering it to school staff, but as well as teachers and parents, so that anyone, all is all, can speak to it, even board members. And so we will continue to work on different ways to make sure you get the information that you need too in our SASE committee, but maybe just demonstrations at different work sessions or times that you can come and see things happening in our schools and in our communities.
President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, and members, I sometimes vision things out and can tend to aspire to things that maybe people might think are not realistic. But wouldn't it be great in Milwaukee to have Milwaukee Reads Days and holidays where businesses and city government are shut down for half a day so that people can read with their kiddos and teachers can get trained? So, as we begin to leverage partnerships with our business community, with the city and county, are there ways for us to get Milwaukee holidays for reading instruction where we're all focused on reading? And so I will continue to push for these aspirational visions of the full community. I keep on saying community-led, community-driven. We can't do this work alone. I think we can do anything we put our minds to. COVID has taught us one thing: when there's a will and there's a public health crisis, we can get anything done. And I think our children not reading, 91% of our children not reading at grade level, is a public health crisis. And we have got to treat it like that. And I think that getting the full will of the public behind us is how we're going to get every child reading.
Thank you. Director
I would just like to say, I am really, really excited about the conversation, even that we're having. It's a breath of fresh air, it really is. When at the highest level in our district, everyone feels and everyone seems to be singing the same song, and the sense of urgency is shared. It's not just, board directors or the superintendent, but the superintendent staff, the administration, and that's going to reach into our classrooms too. One of the things that I'm glad you just spoke of, Dr. Caselius, is getting the whole city, engaged in this work. At the FACE committee meeting the other night, one of our questions was, how do we create an environment where parents are co-creators in an excellent education for our children? So just something to think about. How do we even leverage some of our resources as a district to train parents too? There are a lot of parents who say, I wish I could help my kid with their homework, or I wish I could do this, but I don't know how. And reading, it probably isn't just an issue for the kids, but how do we impact the whole family and get the whole family talking about reading? Because if parents get excited about reading, their kids will be excited about reading, and it'll become like contagious. And I do believe, Dr. Caselius, I believe that we can create this excellent epidemic of reading again for our district and for our city. So that was just something that I just wanted to put out that I've been thinking about. How do we leverage parents, just like we asked at that meeting, as co-creators of an exceptional education for our kids? And then finally, and this may come up, I'm also on SASE, so this may come up at a SASE committee meeting, but I would like to know where we currently are with our teachers in letters training. When kids come back to school on Tuesday, is this instruction that we can expect our kids to be receiving right away?
Administration?
President's on board, Director Ferguson, members of the committee, Jennifer Mills Howell, Chief Academic Officer. So when students return back the first 3 weeks, we are committed to creating an environment for learning. We're calling it cultivating a culture for literacy. So basically, what we've done is we've kind of said the teachers that were trained in our first cohort were about 1,230. They finished sections 1 and 2. They will now have 3 and 4. They also will have time during the professional development times to incorporate the bridge to practice to what now is part of our letters training, which they did not have time for last year. So basically that's integrating, showing how to use language effectively with the district adopted high quality instructional materials. While we are focusing on our kindergarten through 3rd grade, as Dr. Jimenez said before, our 6 through 12 also need support. So we will be working on with their curriculum on ways for encoding and different things to make sure they also have what they need to empower their students. Another thing that we're doing with our new teachers that have come in this round, they will right out the gate receive the letters training. All teachers receive the letters training on our professional development day on Tuesday. They have received that, and now in our next session, they all will receive the bridge to practice. Again, what they'll be doing in the classroom the first 3 weeks has been written out for them. Each day, by the time frame, and then what they're delivering based on their content area. So we are telling teachers we will follow these rules. We will be doing some social emotional things with students. Again, developing that culture for learning so that when we hit the ground running, students are like, oh, I have this, I got this. We'll provide additional supports for teachers too. Today we offer some help sessions for teachers to come in if they wanted more clarity on what they learned on Tuesday. But then in October, we will also make sure they get the must-haves on the content areas they have while incorporating literacy. So our goal is to use every month, we we have a professional development block, either a 3.5 hours or a 2-hour block. And then we do have those full days coming up as well. We want to make sure we use that time to make sure that teachers are empowered for the next segment of 3 to 6 weeks, so that if they have questions, they can get what they need. We'll also drop in sessions. So yeah, our goal is really to incorporate what they're learning in letters into the high quality instructional materials that they're using in the classroom with students.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, so are there any teachers that are done with the training? The letters training so far?
President Zombor, Director Ferguson, yes, there are some teachers, and they are part of our facilitators. So they can now take in the bridge to practice portions and incorporate that into their classroom. We are using many of those who finished earlier as our facilitators.
Any follow-up? Okay, great. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? No? Okay, I do love that we got to have, I know it's usually sassy, so we stole your thunder, Director Seamson, but I love that we got to have this conversation at the full board so everyone can be here, but I think we're all probably going to sneak into some sassy meetings this year, if we're not on the sassy committee, because I think everyone's hungry for this work. And so thank you so much for this update. It's a great way to start the year to hear the plan and all of the exciting work that is about to begin and has begun. So thank you. Okay. With that, Madam Secretary, what is the next item from the superintendent?
Madam President, the next communication is report with possible action on the MPS-led action plan. This is an informational item. Although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the superintendent please present the item?
President Zombor and members of the committee, Brenda Caselli is superintendent. Unfortunately, we have to follow with the lead report after that really joyful, wonderful literacy report. But this evening, we are going to be presenting to you an update on our lead action plan. Joining me here to present this report is Interim Chief Operations Officer Mike Terza. Following the presentation of this plan, we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
President Zomber, members of the board. Also to my left is Mr. Mikhail Manin. He's with the Milwaukee Health Department, and he's going to help us answer some of your questions. This is the third iteration of the lead action plan report to you. And in the previous ones, we kind of gave you an idea of where we were going. Hopefully this one gives you more of an idea of where we will end up. We are going to talk about the status of the plan, the next steps, some testing and training that we're doing. Also, though it's not part of the lead action, the lead stabilization process, we're going to give a short report on the asbestos situation, our flood damage report, and a report on our shelters initiative. To date, we have completed 37 schools with total clearance from the Milwaukee Health Department. We have final testing on 13. The schools are listed there. And as we speak, we are in the process of testing schools, and we might have some more results by tomorrow morning for that. So we're hopeful that that number gets much lower than that. What I would like to also point out to you, though, is that during this process, I know it's been really difficult, particularly this week for a lot of schools, because it just, kind of all came in at the very end, and we were testing, and we were cleaning, and we were moving and everything. And so I know the schools have really borne a pretty big burden for that. I did want to let people know, though, that we did have as many movers as we could to help the schools. We basically took every moving company in the city and had them working for us over a period of time. We also offered additional extra custodial support for the schools. And also we had, as Superintendent Casilia said, we had volunteers helping us in there. One of the major questions that the schools are asking us is, what if we have equipment, furniture, various things that were damaged during this process? We have established a process for schools to list the information that they feel needs to be replaced or was damaged. We want to have the documentation for that, and then if it was a kind of a legitimate reason for that, then we are going to replace that equipment for them. I'd like to talk about a little bit what is the a safe building. To date, all schools have completed lead stabilization painting. All schools have undergone extensive cleaning and sealing of surfaces. All regulated renovation activities were completed in these schools. All schools have passed the Department of Health Services 163 regulations on lead stabilization with regard to their procedures and testing requirements. In addition to all of that, we have some extraordinary Milwaukee Health Department clearance requirements. It requires us to use analytical wipes. And what that does is it basically means that you can have no more than 10 micrograms of lead dust on a 1 foot square piece of surface. Failures, we've been getting a lot of failures, and why we did not have more going, because we're hitting the 11 to 15 microgram thing. We test the failed schools, plus in addition to the failed room or area of the building, we must also test 2 additional areas. So what actually is happening is we're beginning to recontaminate the areas that we've already cleaned, and so that's why we're not clearing them as fast as we would like to do. And this happened basically when we started people accessing the buildings in August 25th. Really, MPS has gone above and beyond the requirements to ensure safe buildings for our children and our staff. Regardless of the cost of it to the district and to, MPS has gone above the requirements in inspection, renovation, cleaning, and testing, regardless of the cost, to ensure that there are safe buildings for our children and staff. Moving forward, we will continue to re-clean the areas and test them until all buildings receive clearances. Students in areas, in rooms that have not been cleared will be reassigned to another section of the building. We will re-clean that area, retest that area until it's received clearance from the Milwaukee Health Department. So what's our next steps in this process? In the earlier report, we told you that we did not do anything with auditoriums. We are looking at that. One of the good news about that is we don't think they're as bad as we initially thought they were going to be. And we are going to be doing a survey and doing the ones that we feel that we need to do. They require some special scaffolding because most of the deteriorating paint is on the ceiling. In the interim, we will make sure before any activity in the auditorium takes place that there's an extensive HEPA vacuuming of the area so there's no possible lead chips or dust in the area. We are going to be doing touch-up painting during the 2025-26 school year. And what that means is that we are going to complete the areas that have been painted. I listed the schools here just so you know which ones have had that touch-up painting. I know it does not look very good, but over the course of the year, we will take care of that. And for schools built between 1950 and 1978, which there are 54 of them, we're continuing to do surveys of the scope of the work. One of the things we have found out is that in those areas, there's very little lead, if any lead at all in these buildings, so we're very hopeful for that. We'll be doing that during the second shift or during the weekends, kind of like if we were doing just a normal paint job in a school. We will be using our own staff and maybe some contractor painters to do that, to complete the tasks. We believe it'll be minimal disruption with the schools, and we will coordinate the painting with the school staffs and the principals so we have the least amount of disruption with them, and we have the projected completion of that by December 2025. We are doing testing of students still, as was mandated by the Lead Action Plan. And we are doing that in partnership with the Milwaukee Health Department, Children's Hospital of Wisconsin, Novir, and the Coalition on Lead Emergency. For September, we're going to do it at 3 sites, and the dates are listed there at 53rd Street, Morgandale, and at Elm Creative Arts. Again, we're just hoping that we catch not only the students that come to MPS, but students in the community. And so the more students that are tested, the better off for everybody. We are also in the process of finishing up a webinar on lead safety, which will be available sometime in September, that staff in the schools can use to spot lead, to tell you what to do if you see lead, to make them more conscious of the problems of lead and what to do about that. And that's going to be available to all of our staff. With regard to asbestos, you know, the good news is that all of the asbestos were in floor tiles. which means that they are non-friable, they're not airborne, so there's no danger to the area around it necessarily until you disturb it. So it's just the simple fact that it popped doesn't mean that there is a safety issue at that point. The process that we use to do this is you have to first, then whenever you find asbestos, particularly in tiles, you contain it, you remove it, you test the area, you grind the floor down, and finally you replace the tiles. It's a fairly extensive process, so it's not going to be done, over a week or two. And the schools listed that have this issue is listed there, Grantosa, Engelberg, Madison, and so forth. We hope to have most of this asbestos work done by maybe the second week of September. That's our first go at it. With regard to flood damage, we have 24 schools that experienced flood damage from the August 9th floods. They're listed there. The ones that are highlighted are the ones that had the most damage. There's a project for each site established so we can document what we did, what the replacement costs are going to be, so that we can issue our insurance report and get the insurance adjustment going. We do have some that have fairly major mechanical system repairs that need to be done, or extensive renovation work that needs to be done. It may take a couple months to finish. But again, we are on the process of doing that, and we hope to have that, at least the I won't call it minor, but the less major work done by, again, like the end of September. Just for a bit of information, we had a Red Cross shelter that basically serviced up to 52 people at one time at Marshall High School from August 13th to August 27th. And that was a much needed shelter because there was just not that in Milwaukee for that. We have moved them because Marshall needed the gym for school opening, and it needed to be cleaned and everything else like that. And we moved to the Mesa site, which is at 66th and Melvina area. And we're housing, I think, 48 people right there now. We don't know when it's going to be needed. I know the Red Cross is working on it as much as they can, but they haven't given me a time when they feel that the people are going to be out. Because of the great need that we have, we are reviewing additional sites, and we're looking again at Marshall High School, Washington High School, and Pulaski High School. And the reason for those is those schools have dual gyms, multiple gyms, and gyms are a great place for sheltering people because they have locker room facilities and things like that. So we're looking with that. We're doing walkthroughs with the schools to see whether or not they may be potential sites for them. What I'd like to do right now is take some special recognition to my staff who have just been working so overtime, so much, particularly the custodians and the building service helpers who have been working with us. Many of them have not had a day off since this began. Many of them have been working 10, 12 nights. And even tonight, when we get the results back, we're going to have a team going back to clean the rooms that we haven't passed. So they're going to be working again till 10 o'clock tonight so that we could test those schools tomorrow. So again, I want to really give them a notice of thanks to them. Without them, this wouldn't have been done. We also have a number of partners that I would like to thank, particularly Mr. Mannon from the Milwaukee Health Department, Jessica Elner from the Department of Health Services worked with us, and Shaquetta McElroy from Cole, who's helped us with the testing of the students. For vendors, JCP Construction, they've done a credible job. We have a closeout process we're going to go through with them to do this, find out what went right, what went wrong, but in general, we felt that they did a credible job and we could not have done it without them. And Straight Line Moving, which did all the moves from our decluttering efforts to moving things around in the buildings and the like. So with that, I'd like to just ask any questions that you may have from either me or Mr. Mannon.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Okay, yes, we should applaud. Thank you. Director Jackson.
Applause, of course. Just to see those names and tireless nights and efforts away from their families just to make sure we're safe in our schools. So thank them as well. My only question is, and just to give the parents a little reassurance, how often will we be scheduling air quality testing in the schools, just so the parents, like I said, feel safe?
Good evening, members of the board and president. So air quality testing, I think that's in regards to asbestos?
Yes.
Yes, so normally what would happen is after the renovation activities are completed, it is required per AHERA to do air clearances. So they'll be doing perimeter sampling and sampling within any areas that had issues. So it's required by state and federal law.
Okay.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, there's just like one, twice, or just the times of how many in our school year?
So the only time that you have to do the air clearance testing is when there is disturbance. So if there is no disturbance, there is no hazard. And normally during the course of a school year, unless there's disturbance, you're not required to do air clearancing testing.
Any follow-up?
No.
Director Ferguson?
Thanks again, Mike, and your team for all of the hard work that you guys have done to help us to navigate this crisis. You guys have done a phenomenal job, and we are indebted to your leadership for sure, for all of the help you've given our district. I did want to ask a question about the Red Cross shelter you mentioned. So currently, if I'm understanding your report correctly, we have 2 schools that we've made available. Is it to Red Cross? And do we have any idea how long they'll be in our buildings? And then just kind of if you could give us any insight as to how this came about, if it's a historical thing that we do as a district.
Administration?
President Zombor, Director Ferguson, just for a little background information, up until 2009, Milwaukee had a large number of shelters designated with our schools. It had I think as many as 16 schools at one time were designated as potential Red Cross shelters. Over the course of the next years, that kind of dropped out to 0. Okay, we did not participate for whatever reason. And so actually the Red Cross and the fire chief contacted me and asked me if we had any help because there's a dire need for shelters in the city. And so I then went around and asked some principals if they would be willing to do that. And the principals at Marshall, Washington, and Pulaski both said that they would be interested in doing that because they believe in the community and working and being good partners in the community. And so when the flood hit, it was kind of more quickly than we anticipated doing that. We kind of thought we would start maybe when school started and had a little bit more time to prepare, but there was no shelters for over 50 people. And so in a space of 2 days, the Red Cross and staff at Marshall got the place together. And so they asked me how long could they stay, and we, working with the principal there, said we needed to leave by the 28th because they needed the gym. They have classes, they have things that happen in the gym. And so at that point in time, then we started trying to find another place, and we came out with 65th Street because that was just recently vacated by Mesa. They no longer had that. So we did a quick cleaning of that place, and they're in there right now. They're quite frankly hoping that they can stay until the last person doesn't need a shelter anymore. And that's the nut and bolts of it.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
President Zombor?
Yes.
President Zombor, Director Ferguson, when I got here on March 15th, I'm a brand new superintendent. We're faced with lead crisis. We're putting SROs in schools, and we had to shift leadership. I'm just trying to bring us back to where we were.
Don't forget DPI.
And then we had a financial crisis going on. And probably a million other fires that were going on right now. I called up Mr. Terza, and before I started actually, because I knew him, came and supported me in Boston from the Council of Great City Schools. They told me he was one of the best in the nation for transportation. And I learned a little bit more about his background when I decided to offer him the job of LTE to come and help us with the operational audit, not knowing that I was going to have to deal with the lead problem and leadership change there. And he just went right in, worked with the team, and the city also with Mr. Mannon coming over, leaving his job to come over and give leadership in this area and advise. These two individuals, plus the whole entire team of DFMS, has completely been able to relocate schools in March seamlessly without complaint. I thought that was already something that was amazing, to be able to quickly relocate schools into shared buildings. Our staff, our teachers, our principals working together, our nutrition staff, our transportation system, to be able to quickly pivot like that is absolutely amazing. This team in facilities is absolutely, I've never seen anything like it. So as much crap as we get in Milwaukee Public Schools, since March, they have been excellent. And our teachers and our principals and our secretaries and everybody has just been leaning into this. And now we have floods that we have to deal with. And we are sheltering our community, and how hard that is to be able to shift our facilities to manage sheltering families. I just really am amazed, and I think this is a story, I really do, of resilience, of excellence, of service, of pride in this community and in MPS, and I just really want to lift that up. I'm just very, very proud, very, very proud.
Director O'Halloran, and then Director Simpson.
Thank you. I do have one, just a statement and then a couple questions. But I did, as you were going through the presentation, especially talking about the shelters, like I know flooding impacted a lot of people, and some people had just a couple inches. Like I had just a couple inches in my basement, and it still was very upsetting. You know, we had to tear out a bunch of stuff. I know people who lost, you know, every picture that they had from elementary school on. But to really bring it into clarity, though, like that's a challenge for me. But to have to uproot your whole life and live in a shelter, like that really puts it in perspective. And I wrote down compassion. Like a compassionate response is so infrequently provided in our current day and age that I truly appreciate. When we say that public schools are the heart of a community, this is what we mean. These are community assets that when push comes to shove, will be there for the community, and the community has been there for us. And so I really appreciate the compassionate response. And so I just have a couple questions about the lead action part of it. So just to clarify for everybody who's listening, if they have questions, so there may be some rooms or areas that we may need to temporarily, kind of come up with a different plan. But the intent would be, and not the intent, every single building that we have talked about cleaning will be open day one, and it may be some particular areas. So we don't have to think, oh, September 2nd, am I taking my kid to Burdick, or is that, across town?
Administration.
President Zomboard, Director O'Halloran, that is correct. We do not anticipate any building being closed for lead on day one of school. We may need to relocate certain classrooms. Keeping our fingers crossed, though, that we will have all clearances. But again, like Mr. Mannon said, we have a very stringent clearance. I mean, almost a hospital clean, he described to me. And it is, these schools' buildings are shining, they look good, the floors look good. Okay, the walls are a little spotted in a couple buildings, but we'll get to it, and those will be looking good too. But just, we think that they'll just have to move to a different area.
Follow up.
Yeah, two follow-up questions, not specific to the buildings, but one, just going back to the resolution that we passed earlier this year, some of the report elements, like we had asked for a quantity of aging analysis in days and average response time of all work orders to be part of the monthly updates, and I know we just heard about all the other work that we're asking you all to do, but I was just wondering if in future plan or presentation updates like this, if we will get some of those elements that we haven't seen, or, hearing that we are going through and painting, like we're remediating those areas, maybe some of those work orders are just, checked off, but that particular, I haven't seen that element of the resolution in this plan or this presentation tonight. So just wondering about future presentations, if we can just get all those elements.
Administration?
Presence on board, Director O'Halloran will make sure that we get those included, because we are still ticking through some of our work orders. Some have had to go on the back burner for some of the work, obviously, as we've prioritized the health and safety within this current situation. But we'll get those to you in future. Thank you.
And my one, and then I promise I'll be done. In the resolution, we talked about a tool to submit lead-related concerns, and I don't see that on the page, and I don't know if it needs to be a tool or even if it could just be like here. I know we've talked about that lead email, like, just can we put that somewhere on the page, so if someone has a lead-specific concern or question, that we're making sure, as co-author or actual author of the resolution, maybe I should check with President Zambor, but that was just one element from the resolution that I'm not seeing, so.
And that could be part of the webinar that you spoke about.
Yeah.
Perfect.
President Zomber, Director O'Halloran, we do have that website, but we'll make sure that we attach it onto our PowerPoint.
Okay. Actually, Director Simpson, do you mind if I just add, just while we're on the resolution? First of all, I just want to thank you for the nimbleness of being able to move so quickly and addressing all of our schools and communities' needs. I love the idea of the webinar to be proactive and continue. We're doing all of this work. But just while we're talking about the resolution, we also talked about that every school's audit process would have a review to the extent to which a school has completed the lead safety surveillance and inspection activities. We were going to do that the fiscal year. I know I asked about that last month. I think that's really important for us to make sure we're doing, so that we're not doing all of this work and then not keeping up with it and getting into this place again in the future. So that's kind of our gift to future boards, is there are these checks, and future administrations, there are these checks in places so that you never have to go through this massive scale again. Can you talk just a little bit about what the status is of that process that will need to be in each school audit?
President Zambor and members, thank you for that. We will be holding ourselves accountable. Today at the press conference, the mayor was talking about our fire safety inspections, and we have that done before school starting. So this is just part of our overall auditing, part of our quality review, making sure that we are ticking these things off that we are required to do as part of our school opening checklist, and we'll make sure that these items are also included.
Okay, but we need to make sure that audit is getting whatever it is that they have to use. They need whatever tool it is that they're asking. So can we make sure they get that?
We
Thank
can
you.
make sure that maybe we can work with Mr. Chasen on what type of format would be useful for him to get that and receive that.
Thank you. Okay, Director Sampson, I'm so sorry for skipping you and then.
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you.
Anytime. I'm patient. So, yeah, just joining my colleagues in thanking you for the work that's done, and also, Dr. Brenda Caselius. I want to say, Dr. Brenda, thank you to Director Ferguson. That's always in my head now. Agreeing that the work that we're doing being such an important part of the service in our community, because it reminds me of during COVID and how we were, we had bags of food that we were giving out to anybody and everybody who needed them. And, the lead testing that we're doing and providing shelter and, and just that bigger idea of in public schools, we turn away nobody. And I just think that is just such an important and critical part of a community and something to really hold dearly in the work that we do moving forward. My question is around ongoing testing for lead. So you mentioned, right, people are coming back into the buildings, and so, they're tracking in lead dust and things like that. So moving forward, that ongoing cleaning is going to be a really critical piece of keeping our buildings, passing these tests. So I'm just wondering what our staffing level is like for school engineers or, even, after school, when we have people coming in to just do that daily cleaning, what our staffing looks like and just our capacity to continue with this.
Administration.
President's on board, Director Seifman. I'll turn it over to Mr. Manning, but I would like to just mention that we do have actually full staff of building service helpers this year starting, which is kind of a unusual thing that has happened. And we have a few engineer positions still need to be filled, but we have people in the queue to do that, at least hopefully. So I think unlike maybe previous years, we'll have the staff to do the cleaning. And, we will make sure that we do not fall down on that because, again, we have then this situation. You're quite right that we don't want this to happen again.
Yeah, so I'll add onto that, President Zambor and members of the board. I think from my perspective coming into this as an outsider, I think there is a renewed awareness of the cleaning practices, the hygiene, and how crucial it is, and we're kind of seeing that with the dust wipes. I know that there are new processes in place. Certainly there is a better awareness of the risk associated to if you don't clean properly. I think the training that's going to be offered through both the webinar and the other avenues is going to be very structured. It's going to be repetitive. In terms of the maintenance, because I think that's really where you're getting at, is what's going to happen differently in terms of risk for maintenance. So I think it's crucial at this point to just do all the stabilization within the next 6 to 8 months, and get that all out of the way. And just to understand the scale of this and the prioritization of the youngest children in the schools that happened over the summer. I mean, we're really looking at like 1 million square feet per building to be inspected, to have staff clean it, renovate it, move all this stuff around. I mean, it is a Herculean effort to do this. The good news is the hardest part is done. And now you've got much more recent schools. They don't have as much paint and they don't have as much lead paint. And so, just to get you an idea of the level of cleaning that MPS is doing right now, it is because we don't want to do the minimum. We want to do above the minimum. And that's what the health department's required. That's what the Department of Health Safety is required. Certainly going on into the future, our hope is that the maintenance practices, we're not going to require this level of empirical dust wiping. Because to be honest with you, it's not required. You don't have to do everything that MPS is currently doing. If this was any other facility, we would not be requiring this. So I think getting this initial phase of renovation done, working through the lead risk assessments every 3 years, in addition to the annual cleaning that's being done, is the right steps to really maintain the building going forward.
Thank you. Any follow-up? It does make you wonder about all of the former MPS buildings that are still being operated as schools in the city and what level of, cleaning they're going through. And, yeah. So, do other board members wish to make comments or ask questions?
One more question.
Director Jackson.
Yeah. Could our teachers use the MPS Foundation as a resource to solicit for any financial loss in the classroom.
Administration?
President's on board, Director Jackson. You know, I don't actually have an answer for that with MPS Foundation, but I'll look into it.
Okay.
But we do have insurance, and they're keeping track of all of the items that would qualify for insurance. We're using our capital reserve and all the items that can count within that budget for both the lead abatement and the asbestos abatement, as well as the flooding. And those are different types of insurances that we have, so we can definitely look at all of those pieces.
Any other comments or questions? Vice President Herndon.
Thank you very much. As I sit and listen to you and think about where this all began, it is amazing what our teams throughout have accomplished in crisis after crisis after crisis. And I just want to commend everyone, especially those handling the lead abatement. That was huge, huge. And to think that we're prepared to open school on next Tuesday is just unbelievable. And my hat's off to you. We appreciate it. I know the parents, I know the students, I know everybody in the city should be saying thank you so much.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Okay. Well, yes, again, on behalf of all the board, thank you for the work you're doing and for this update. We look forward to a great opening day of school, and we'll circle back next month. Thanks. Expect great things from the boardroom to our classrooms to to our buildings, yes. Okay, Madam Secretary, what is the next item from the superintendent? Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the board? You don't want any more reports. The board clerk, chief officer, Office of Board Governance.
Madam President, there are 5 communications from the Office of Board Governance. The first communication is the monthly report with possible action from the board clerk, chief officer. This is an information item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the Office of Board Governance please present the report?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Tina Owen Moore, Chief Officer for the Office of Board Governance. I won't spend a lot of time on my report. It is attached, but just in that celebratory note, thank you for all the work that you're doing. And to continue on that, I really want to highlight the board's work this month, because every single person up here has worked so hard and given so many hours. Some of that work has really focused on the training for the board that was highlighted in the MGT report. The board members gave up Thursday and Friday of last week, 5 hours each night from 4 to 9 each night to work with Dr. Cohn, who was the former superintendent of the Long Beach Unified School District. And he came here and really helped us to focus on what are those core values that are driving our work. What does it look like to govern versus what does it look like to administrate for the district, and really to help us focus on how do we support the work in moving forward. So thank you to all of you. I know that was a lot of time given, but I think it was also time very well spent, and I look forward to the work that comes out of that. The other thing I want to focus is the work on some of the WASB finance modules and other training that we are starting to dig into and looking forward to engaging more in the months to come. The board is doing an incredible amount of learning this year. And so thank you for being along that journey with us. The other thing, Director Ferguson already highlighted a little bit of the FACE committee meeting. This is the first time of doing that committee meeting differently. The board is really trying to shift how it does its work to really get at the goals we're trying to achieve. And so I've kept hearing some of the same themes through Dr. Caselius's work, through Dr. Gabby Bell Jimenez's work, this idea of how are we co-creating an excellent education experience. And that was the same question we asked our families and communities at that meeting. So I hear this element of how are we pulling it all together to do this. And so thank you for everybody for being part of that. We had 27 community members participate in that conversation and got some really great insights from it about what does that co-creation look like. And we'll look forward to bringing those back with Director Ferguson and the committee at the committee meeting, which will be a little bit more of a traditional, our version of traditional committee meeting next month, because every other month it'll be a community meeting. So with that, I will leave it there and just thank you. There are also several engagements that board members have engaged in this month that I've listed in there, like participating in the Superintendent's Listen and Learn Tour, the Attendance Canvas Kickoff, the Run Back to School, the Sustainability Leadership Summit, Green and Healthy Schools Conference, the WASB Regional Meeting, the new Educator Week Kickoff. So I wasn't joking when I said our board members have been very busy this month. That means our office has been very busy this month too, because we support the board in all you do. So thank you again for all you do.
Thank you. Do board members have comments or questions? Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication from the Office of Board Governance is the monthly report with possible action on legislative activities affecting MPS. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the Office of Board Governance please present the report?
Chris Thiel is here to present that report.
Thank you, Madam President. Chris Thiel, Office of Governmental Relations. Just a relatively quick update this month. The legislature was more or less on summer vacation here in August, but we're still getting information in the effects of what the recently passed state budget will mean, not only for Milwaukee Public Schools, but for our partner districts across the state. And obviously, as we emphasize here a lot, we are, and WASB, the Wisconsin Association of School Boards was just mentioned, we work in partnership with our districts across the state quite frequently. So 2 pieces of information in your attachment file. One is a summary from the Legislative Fiscal Bureau, which is a fairly rich document if you really want to walk through that and find out all the detail of what happened with regard to K-12 education. That information is there. But one of the things that we're seeing here that I think is going to cause some concern, in 2 months from now, school boards across the state will be setting their final levies. And October 15th is when school districts get their final aid amount. And the aid distribution changes from year to year. We don't have our final information yet, but the early indications are that hopefully we will not be in too difficult a situation, but the administration will certainly bring that information to you with regard specifically to the tax levy impact. We are still having concerns in terms of revenue, so I want to make that clear. But in terms of tax levy impact, we are hopefully going to be in a relatively good position. But what we're seeing statewide is that the Legislative Fiscal Bureau is now reporting that on average, we're going to see property tax levy increases of 7.4% on average, which is significantly higher than what has been seen in the past. And I keep emphasizing on average because some of our neighboring districts and our partners are going to be in situations where they are above average. And as we've explained in previous months here, the thing that is driving that in particular is the unprecedented action from the state to provide zero state general aid in this budget. So I'm bringing that forward again because as you are in discussion with your partners and as we're continuing to try to help to educate people about what is in the future here, we don't want people to be surprised as to what caused this. Your local school boards are not the cause of the property tax increases that we may see coming down the line. It is the state not doing its job to fund schools that is the primary part of this. Over the 2-year period, we anticipate about a $930 million statewide levy impact. And what we're showing here on the screen in particular is that we have over 122 districts in the state of Wisconsin currently that have a significant amount of their revenue coming from a non-recurring referendum. So referendum funds that will sunset for them. And they're going to be in a position to try to figure out, can we go to levy again and ask that of our community, or what are our options? So that detail is in the attachment, sharing that with you so that you have it available as you're speaking again with your school board colleagues across the state. The state could, in this 2-month period, step forward. The state could do what it should have done in the state budget and say, and reconsider and put state aid into the school funding area to make sure that what is forecasted does not happen. So the hope is that, there are some discussions going on somewhere to take action. But as we sit here today, I think we have a state budget before us, and we have predicted impacts coming. And again, public schools, public school districts are not the ones to blame for this situation. It's the lack of state funding from the state. So just wanted to highlight that, provide you that background. Happy to take any questions, but that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ferguson?
Thanks. Can you give us a little bit of what's happening at the federal level and how it's affecting our district as well?
Sure. President's on board. Director Ferguson, thank you for the question. Last month, we provided that update where there was a temporary withholding of funds, federal funds, for a number of our programs. And we were trying to triage that situation. I mean, of all the work that was being described by the superintendent in the last several segments of this meeting, we also had our staff figuring out how we were going to fill those gaps, given the threat from the federal government that those funds were going to be withheld. As of now, those funds are being returned or simply going through the normal process. But we are in an unprecedented situation with that withholding and what might we see down the road. In terms of the bigger federal budget, there's a question, we're going to head here into the fall, and at the federal level, Congress comes back, they're going to have to make sure that they raise the debt ceiling, which is something you hear about, to make sure we don't shut down the federal government and shut down funding. And if you start hearing about that, we are going to be in a mode working with the Council of Great City Schools and other partners to make sure those funds, again, that should be allocated to us will continue to flow. So far that hasn't happened, but that's a risk factor that's out there. And then in terms of the federal government proposing and then enacting a new federal budget, we've seen proposals, Project 2025, has been discussed, where there are actual cuts to our title programs and other areas. That has not gone forward as of yet, but we're keeping an eye on those proposals with concern that they could actually happen. I think what we experienced, and there's been some reporting on this, what we experienced with the threat of the withholding in the last month is this threatens all states. This threatens all children. That withholding of funds doesn't ask your child their political preference. It hurts all children when you withhold those funds. So we've actually seen some bipartisan pushback to make sure that those funds flow. It would be our hope that on the horizon, if there's any federal budgeting that would talk about cuts to Title I to help students challenged with poverty. There's poverty everywhere in the United States of America. Republican areas, Democratic areas. So we would work with partners everywhere to make sure that we try to at least sustain funding, and obviously we need increases in multiple areas.
Any follow-up? No? Okay. Do other board members have comments or questions? Director Jackson.
And just with the term, so in real estate, we had in 09, 08, a Black Swan event. And so to relate it to public schools with being underfunded, would this be considered too a Black Swan event as well in its present time with the lack of funds?
Mr. Thiel?
President Zambor, Director Jackson, I would say we're in danger of something like that. We're in really, really unique times. And I appreciate that being emphasized because we have not seen the state of Wisconsin provide no state aid, right? And so we have not seen the state put its own school districts in this precarious situation. You are likely, I mean, on the one hand, it's not only a tax levy situation, but you may have some of your colleagues throughout the state saying, I don't know if we can, even though we have the authority to do it, I don't know if we can raise taxes this much. And if that is the case, that means cuts to students. And then you couple that with the federal situation, and if we see cuts in funding there, you're now having a cascading effect that could have a hugely negative impact on public school districts. So as we always say, whether it's at the state level or the federal level, reaching out to our members of Congress, our listening audience, reaching out to your state legislators, asking them again to continue to fund schools, I think is very important, so that this continues to be a front burner issue and we don't have that black swan event.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Do other board members have questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much for the legislative update. Madam Secretary, let me make sure I'm on the right spot. What is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication is action on a request to retire to closed session to consider performance goals relative to the employment of the board clerk, chief officer, Office of Board Governance. The recommendation is that the board consider this item in closed session.
If there are no objections, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Okay. Madam Secretary, what's the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication is action on a request to retire to closed session to consider employment of an employee over which the board has jurisdiction and exercises responsibility. The recommendation is that the board consider this item in closed session.
If there are no objections, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication is action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation. The recommendation is that the board consider this item in closed session.
If there are no objections, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency?
Madam President, there is one communication from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. The first report is the monthly report with possible action on activities within the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present the item?
Thank you, Chairs on Board. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. In the interest of brevity, that report is attached. I'll simply highlight, I want to do a shout out for a staff member of mine in my contract compliance service area, Ms. Angela Ewing. I appreciate the board's support in supporting me, supporting my staff in terms of professional development. She achieved her American Contract Compliance Association accreditation, which is a significant step forward in terms of her being a successful professional in supplier diversity. So I just want to thank the board for that. There was a very good CAP update provided by Dr. Casilius earlier. The CAP progress tracker will be updated next week for the board and for the public's inspection. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members have any comments or questions? Okay. We will now have the reports of the standing committees. Since public hearing was given at committee meetings, the board, as is customary, will not be given public hearing on these reports this evening. Madam Secretary, what is the first report?
The first report is that of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. Item 5, action on the award of exception to bid contracts has been set aside by President Zomber.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies. The report on Policy Review Project has been set aside as a procedural matter.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Family and Community Engagement. This report has not been set aside for separate consideration.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? May I please have a motion to approve the balance of the committee's reports? Director Ferguson?
I motion to approve the balance of the reports.
You have a second? Director Stevenson?
I second his motion.
Will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director Ferguson's motion to approve the balance of the committee's reports, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fons?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Seamson?
Aye.
Director Vanoy?
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the first, oh, go ahead.
Director Zumber, I think you also wanted to take a moment to congratulate anybody?
Yes, Director O'Halloran, would you like the honors? I know, I keep always.
Yes, thank you so much. So to anybody in the audience or who is listening who received a promotion or is newly hired, thank you so much for bringing your talents to serve our students, staff, and community. Go forth and do great things.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, what is the first item set aside?
Item 5, action on the award of exception to bid contracts. Your committee recommended setting aside the proposed contract with City Year and further recommended approval of the remainder of the exception to bid contracts. This item was set aside by President Zomber. This item has been noticed for possible closed session.
At this time, I will accept a motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, Parent 1, Parent E. Does anyone so move? Director Seamson?
I move that we retire to closed session to consider this item.
We have a second.
Second.
Director Ferguson seconds. If there's no further discussion, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Director Seamson's motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, Parent 1, Parent E, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fonz?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Seamson?
Aye.
Director Vinoy?
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
The board will retire to closed session to consider this item. We will return to open session to take action on this item and to continue with the remainder of our agenda. Madam Secretary, please note the time. This meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors will once again come to order. The board has been in closed session to consider item 5 of the report of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel on the question of the approval of the exception to bid contracts. What is the pleasure of the board? And just for clarification, this is for all of the contracts? So there would need, if anyone wants to pull out any one contract to vote, well, maybe should I just make the motion? I'll just make the motion. Okay, Dr. Tina, can you help, just what would you recommend? It is so
So
quiet.
there's a couple of different options. It would be to approve the exception to bid contracts inclusive of the contract with City Year, to approve the exception to bid contracts except for the contract with, or to approve the exception to bid and to follow through as negotiated, or whatever action, other additional action someone might want to
Because
take.
I think what would probably be most helpful is to pull that specific contract aside for a separate vote. So then I would move to approve the exception to bid contracts.
You can make a motion to split the two and vote on
Oh,
both.
okay. So I move that we split the two contracts, all of the exception to bids except for the city year contract. And then we would, okay.
Need a second?
A second?
I second.
Seconded by Director Fons. Is there any discussion? Okay. If there's no further discussion, the secretary will please call the roll, and if you could reread the motion.
On Director Zomber's motion to separate the contracts of the exception to bid contracts and the city year contract, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fons?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Seamson?
Aye.
Director Vanoy?
Aye.
And President Zomber?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes. Now you would need a motion for the exception to bid contracts.
Well, I move to approve the exception to bid contracts, not inclusive of the city year contract.
And a second?
Yep. I think Director Seamson seconded. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, if there's no further discussion, the secretary will please call the roll. Oh, yes,
So
question.
will we then take a
Yes.
separate vote on the city year?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
On Director Zomber's motion to approve the balance of the exception to bid contracts, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fons?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Seamson?
Aye.
Director Vanoy?
Aye.
And President Zomber?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes. Now it's up to a motion.
Okay, Director O'Halloran.
I move approval of the city year contract.
I second it.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the city year contract, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fons?
No.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
No.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Seamson?
Aye.
Director Vanoy?
No.
And President Zomber?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay.
Is there another motion?
Another motion?
That's it.
I think that's it.
A motion to reconsider?
You can only do a motion to reconsider if you were if you were a yes on the last vote.
On the prevailing side, but you have no prevailing side because
Yeah.
it's a tie vote.
Okay.
So it's done.
There's no what?
It's done. There's no prevailing side because it was 4-4.
But we don't have enough.
Gotcha.
Okay. So then we move on to the next item.
Mhm.
Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next item set aside?
The next item is from the report of the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policy. Item 5, report on policy review work. This item has been set aside as a procedural matter. Your committee reports having reviewed policies in Section 4000, Health and Safety. The recommendation is that the attached draft policies be held to the call of the chair. All policy drafts will be brought back to the board for final adoption once the policy review work is complete.
What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? I'm going to move, Director Jackson.
Yes, I move to approve.
Okay, do we have a second? Director Benoit, seconds. Okay, if there's no other comments, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director Jackson's motion to approve this item and hold this item to the call of the chair, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Benoit.
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any items of regular business?
Yes, there are 2 items of regular business, reports of the board delegates. Item 1, the first report is the report of the board's delegate to CISA 1.
Would the delegate like to make any remarks? CISA 1 delegate, oh, Director Benoit, okay. So Director Benoit's report is attached. Do any other delegates wish to give a report? No? Okay, Madam Secretary, what is the next item of regular business?
Item 2 is the monthly report of the president of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
My report is also attached, and just because I know we have a long night still ahead of us, I will just let you read the report as it's posted. Director O'Halloran.
Yeah, can we update the page? It says Marva Herndon, President of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors, has submitted the attached report,
Yeah,
so.
I should have, I saw that ahead of time. I think there was a placeholder when it first got posted, and then it, yeah, okay. You don't want it back, Marva? Sorry. Madam Secretary, is there any unfinished business before the board?
We have 1 item of unfinished business, action on a request to revise the Audit Advisory Committee charter. This item has been held by the board. The recommendation of the Office of Accountability and Efficiency recommends approval of the changes as attached.
Does the Office of Accountability and Efficiency have any comments?
Very briefly, thank you, Chair Zomber, Matt Chasen, OAE. It was in March that the board approved the initial Audit Advisory Committee charter. In June, it was recognized that there were revisions that were made on the floor on the evening in March that were not captured in what was approved by the board. At the same time, the board had taken receipt of recommendations from Rumpf and Associates to revise the charter. Both of these revisions are now included in what's before you. The original revisions that were amended on the floor in March are they're represented by double underlines. The recommendations from Rumpf are represented by single underlines, and we would ask for your approval of these revisions.
What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director Seamson?
I move approval of the item as presented and explained by the Office of Accountability and Efficiency.
Director Jackson?
A second.
Okay, if there are no additional comments, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Director Seamson's motion to approve the changes to the Audit Advisory Committee charter as attached, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Benoit.
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay, Madam Secretary, is there any new business?
We have no items of unfinished business.
Madam Secretary, are there any communications for referral to committee?
No, Madam President, we have no communications.
Madam Secretary, are there any resolutions for referral?
No, Madam President, we have no resolutions for referral.
Okay, Madam Secretary, what is the next item on our agenda?
Madam President, we are back to the items that were previously deferred. All items deferred were noticed for closed session.
Madam Secretary, would you remind us of those items, please?
The items previously deferred are action on a request to retire to closed session to consider performance goals relative to the employment of the board clerk, chief officer, Office of Board Governance. Action on a request to retire to closed session to consider employment of an employee over which the board has jurisdiction and exercises responsibility. Action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation. The recommendation is that these items be considered in closed session.
The chair will accept a motion to consider these items in closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent G, parent C, and parent F. Does anyone so move?
So moved.
Okay. Moved by Director Ferguson, seconded by Vice President Herndon. You can call the roll. Thank you, sorry.
Director Ferguson's motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent C, parent G, and parent F. Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fawns?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Seamson?
Aye.
Director Vanoy?
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
The board will now retire to closed session to discuss the items read by our secretary. The board may return to open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.